Making a lot of progress in terms of our numbers of our episode count. Won't be long till the big 5-0. That's what I want to do for that one. Try to do something fun. We'll come up with something. For now, we resume the stream. And we resume the campaign. Now, just as a review for those who weren't here last time, we actually landed on Duna. And we're shooting for 1,000 research points in order to unlock the vast secrets of the universe. In the form of nuclear thermal jets and or rapiers, which will give us some really decent space planes. We need to rename this bugger. We have a mission to change its orbit. Does it really want us to go in the opposite direction? Because that could be a problem. Hopefully just wants a new satellite going in the opposite. That I can do. Along with a more advanced probe design. Because the one we have there right now is very simple, only does temperature. And there is the Duna Ike system. We're actually outside it at a very good spot to provide full coverage to the entire system, which is just magnificent. And it's slightly elevated so that it's never occluded too much by eye. Also, I got a lot of fuel left. Or I thought it did. Complex name, but that's exactly what it does. Well, we don't have a mission. I'm guessing that was Kerbin I was looking at. That had the mission satellite. Just barely enough signal strength to reach all the way out here. Actually, it's got 2 communications. Where else is it connected to, I wonder? It's even got communications with Eve. That's really good. Not sure they'll stay in connection as the distance increases, but we can hope. Oh wow, it's in contact with something on Minmus. Or an orbit of Minmus. is, oh, is it in contact with the station? That is wild. Okay, so we definitely have a redundant CurbNet connection to Duna. So that's a really good sign. No, I don't want to work there. I want to focus you. Freaking planet. Please let me focus you. Freaking planet. All right, there we go. I'll just go back to the original view. And here we are. A glorious Duna rover. Good thing boulders aren't real. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm intentionally trying to get it to bounce so I can get an in-flight reading. forgot. We can just... Bye-bye. Less weight or speed. And more likely to hop. We wanted to, but didn't give us an option for the temperatures. Weird. We're going to pin this in place. The favorite part about this thing is its ability to ride like a motorcycle. Oops. Although this is also kind of interesting. Oh no. Unfortunately, it doesn't actually use that. Wow. Now that is a Martian highland. Well, Duna Island. That looks like it may be Olympus Mons over there. Or Duna's equivalent of. That is a nice large flat basin. Now we should probably find a nice flat spot out here and just park this thing as a marker for future missions. Like land near this, you'll know you'll only be coming in upright relative to gravity. You know, saw a very interesting thing on the way out of the movies tonight. Looked over the parking lot and there was a giant fireball streaming across the sky. According to the American American Meteor Society, not meteorological, that'd be weather. Started off as a dim reddish orange, then flared into a bright, brilliant white and green color before fading out again. It was truly a spectacle. And if it hadn't happened when it did, we would have completely missed it because we'd either been in the car or the movie theater. But we were literally walking out, looking for our car in the parking area, and that's when it showed itself. This land out here is very curvy and bumpy. Not sure if we want to find too many flat spots in this area. Looked flat from the mountain, but relative to the mountain, of course it'd be more like Duna Islands. Anything. That's sort of a basin right there that we just came out of. Not sure why it's wanting to turn to the right so hard. Not SAS driven because it keeps doing it with SAS off. I'm guessing it's altitude. So sloped. Now maybe I should stop fighting gravity and just let this thing roll to where it wants to roll to and settle. Where do you want to go, Rover? You lead the way. I've taken my hands completely off the controls. It's up to this thing where it wants to go. Just went in a circle, I think. Why are you like? This makes sense. There's an aerodynamic force difference of some kind that's so small it's almost unnoticeable. Oh, I'm stuck on some sort of orbital change. Weird. Okay, let's match direction with orbit and see what happens. Oh, it's wanting to go east. I wonder if there's some sort of Coriolis effect on Mars that's actually, or Duna, that's actually influencing the drift behavior of this craft. That would be extremely bizarre. It's still leaning to the right persistently, and I can hear him triggering me because a perfectly symmetrical vehicle, like 6-axis symmetry, except for on a couple of pieces, 2-axis symmetry. It wants to lean to the right side constantly. Hey, Zoki, welcome aboard. Alright. Well, this looks pretty flat, this region does. So this may be a good landing zone in the future. So what we're going to do is we're going to park this vehicle. We'll go to the top of this incline and do it. Because it's sufficiently flat enough, I would feel safe landing her. Apply brakes. And this is a good spot. Yeah, this, except for that pole over there, this would be a good place for a landing. Let's roll it over so it's right side up again. There we go. All right, return to Space Center. Hey, Jade. The Ares rover is on Duna and working perfectly healthy. And it's now sitting in a spot we're going to use for future missions. All right, let's see what we got on our mission list now. Build a new orbital station around Kerbin. New space station time. Might be a good time to put up the orbital refueling station. Let's see if we can build my baby yet. I even have it ported in, right? But I don't. You know, I thought I had ported in every single spacecraft I'd ever created into this, but apparently not. Hey, Zoki. Hey, Jade. Give me just a split second. I want to import some files from another game, or another campaign. There it is. That's the one I want. Alright. This baby is already famous. She's on some of my YouTube videos, so you guys will like it when you get to see it. I will have to customize her though for the current campaign with all the mods and stuff we have involved. Alright, pasting it in. Alright, now we can open it up. Alright, so as I said, this thing's a classic. I use it quite a bit because it's so useful. Question is, do we have enough unlocked to actually load it? By the way, she's not cheap. Alright, so what don't we have unlocked yet? Ooh. This is going to be a little bit before we're able to build this baby. But this is in our future. We've just got to unlock all the pieces for it. And I don't know really if I want to do the station missions until I can actually use that one, because that thing is a masterpiece. And and I'd prefer to have most of my stations be like that. So what else can we do? Surface samples and EVA reports on the moon. So what this tells me is we're going to actually need a hopper, a moon rover of some type. Now we've got three actually. No, I don't think. I think we've got two bases on the moon. No, just one. Just the one that we use for a refinery. But it doesn't have an actual device that can carry a Kerbal right now. It just has a temperature probe. We don't really have the parts to make a decent rover yet either. I guess we can do the tourism one. These are simple and easy. Or we'll fly in an orbit around Kerbin on both of those. So let's take up our tourist vehicle. Question is, do we have enough tourists to constitute a full load yet? I don't think we do. I can understand that, no problem. I'm here to make you happy. I can't remember if this one made orbit or not. I think we had a more advanced version of that. Let's take a look. Got tourist landers. I think those are meant to go to the moon, though. Oh yeah, these are totally moon-based. What in the world is that? Radial converter radiator. Okay, that broke. So this thing goes to the moon and comes back. Got to remember, I took a very long vacation from this particular campaign due to the fact we were having a problem with mods from the 1.3 version. Here we are. That's the baby I'm looking for. There's our little tourist delivery system. All right, let's see how many actual tourists we have available. Through, please. 3 tourists. We have 8 slots. Yeah, we don't have a full load yet. Which begs the question, do we have any more tourist missions? No. Training crew, vessels near the moon. Position of satellite in specific orbit of Duna. Oh, we already did that one. I think we already did a Duna one, and I think this is asking for a second satellite. The thing is, it's very close to the path of our current Duna satellite. The question becomes, does this qualify? If it does, then we'll just simply invert its path. Sounds simple, but it's a lot of delta V. And by decelerate, I mean completely stop and then go back in the opposite direction at roughly the same speed, which would take about 256 meters per second delta V. That's actually not that bad. I think we could probably pull it because I got the oxidizer and liquid fuel on board to do it. The question is, does it qualify for that mission or does it need a new satellite? Have a thermometer on the satellite. Let me guess. I don't have a thermometer on the satellite. No thermometer on this satellite. It does not qualify. Alright, well, it was a pure ComSat to begin with, so we can't really complain too much. Alright, that one I know we can definitely do. So we'll go back to the Space Center and we're going to launch a new urban orbiting satellite. Well, that depends on design. Is it designed for re-entry? If it's designed for re-entry, there's no reason not to take it home. If it's not designed for re-entry, then you definitely want to get a recovery vehicle up there and bring it home safely. It also depends on how much work you want to put into it, because a second mission to recover that craft would be a lot of extra work. So, matter of preference, but I lean towards do what the design is meant to do. And yeah, just bring it on home. Ooh, that would let us build our rover with an actual Kerbal command seat on it. That could be useful for whenever we want to go to like other planets and find their anomalies. But I really want to say for these. These are magnificent. These are what we want badly. Where's the engines? These two right here. Nuclear pebble bed engine. Or even better, these. Thermal turbojet. So yeah, if we can unlock this thing, we start getting into a lot of fun. But it costs a ridiculous 1,000, which means we're going to have to either accelerate time or do a lot more missions. So let's go ahead and get this satellite in orbit. If you guys ever think that the campaign is moving too slow, let me know, and I will accelerate time just a little bit so we can unlock some more fun stuff. Because our real restraint right now is not science, because we have so much on the stations, it's ridiculous. They just haven't had enough time to process it all. That's how much we've collected. Alright, there's our ComSat 2. Does it have a full science payload? It looks like it does. Yes, it has a full science payload, so we're good to go on launching that one. Alright, we just need to pair it up with the launch system. There we go. Got a funny feeling this would take it a lot further than it actually needs to go. Not that it would hurt too much. We also need to improve this design. It's a little out of date. You'll notice it has absolutely no RTS control for the lower stages. I think our solution to that will be simply to put on some... Let's find the control systems here. Toss on a few of these. Give it some Vernier love. I don't think we have any other RCS blocks that run on. We got hydrogen burning. RCS thrusters. They're not very strong. And there's also the bleed off of hydrogen over time in a non-cryogenic tank, which is another problem. Now what we're going to do is we're going to update that subassembly. Grab the wrong piece here. Well, gotta do it right here, bro. RCS. I don't know where my head was. Thanks for keeping me honest, Jade. Brain went bye-bye. What type of engine is that? Yeah, does it use liquid subby? Okay. I wish they will put out modular fuel tanks sooner because I miss modular fuel tanks real bad. The ability to customize and build your tanks as to what you need them to do. Alright, let's see. Has Zero got anything? Nope. Okay. We'll have one toggle all the extendables. That's pretty much all we need. I think this thing already had the guidance system built into it. Double check and make sure. If it doesn't, it's going to need one of those as well. Nope, no existing guidance system. The heck? I didn't mean to grab that. Undo that. Why exactly did it decide to put a connector up here? I have no idea. Alright, so we're going to find another way to give it power. Oh yeah, we have that now. We can also improve the satellite design. Oh my god, it's connected to... It connected the navigation to the Wonder. It was treating it as a separate payload. Weird freaking system. Rid of that for now. Alright, so we now have power. So all we need now after that is to find a way to restore the... Let's see... The package. Whoa. That's new. I have never seen that before. So we may need to put up a Sentinel satellite soon. That is very cool. Slightly clipping the bay there. Does it come out of the bay? Not really. We'll have to see how the physics works on that unload on the launch pad. Enjoy, Zaki. Take care, man. So the next question is, where does it want us to put this satellite? Between Moon and Mimas at a very skewed angle, roughly northeast from our position. We literally on line with the descending node? How wicked weird is that? We could probably launch from the pad at the proper angle and hit that orbit with no problem. We will try for that, because that would be cool if we can. Alright, so we know this thing needs a roughly 14-degree angle over northeast. So let me this way. Encountering significant atmospheric resistance, I'm throttling back on the liquid to conserve fuel. As I notice the resistance drops, I'm going to start accelerating. Booster separation. Clean. Go for throttle up. Now look at this orbital path relative to the path on Kerbin. Notice anything? We're actually slightly above the intended orbit now. So we actually need to pull back a little bit towards the 9-degree marker. We're at a high enough altitude that it should be safe to go ahead. We'll wait till about 60,000, then we'll deploy. Get rid of the weight of this fairing. Sending node is dropping, which is good. There goes the fairing. Clean separation on it. And we're almost to orbit, so we'll go ahead and open our flexibles here. Satellite is revealed. Final stage is exposed. Slight wobble now when we start to move things because of the fact the fairing's gone. Why that makes a difference, I'm not sure. Let's look at the apoapsis here. The apoapsis is almost directly across from us in our current path, just a little higher. We may actually be able to make it from here if we're careful as to how we adjust it. Now all we want to do is make this apoapsis climb out to that apoapsis if we can. Now, good possibility we won't have the propulsion to do it on the first stage. Delta V may simply not be there. Just make sure the crossflow isn't draining our other tanks. It's not. It is respecting the staging. Hey, look, Jade, I'm eyeballing an orbit again. No calculators here, folks. This is pure me. Now, as I've said previously, the orbits can be deceptive when you're looking at them at an angle. But you've got to make sure you go by the actual number rather than by what you feel is correct. Fortunately, our thrusters don't give us any forward or backwards motion. Thank you. I like to show off my talents. That's as close as we're going to get. For right now. Okay, so what we need to do now is just run off time till we get to our destination. Now we are 4 degrees still over our target, so we expected that. We'll have to fix that once we circularize the orbit. So periapsis needs to be 25. And this will let our verniers correct us here. Now, since we're so close to exact apoapsis, all we want to do is just simply burn towards the orbital path. And that'll take us towards the periapsis exactly opposite on the other side. We still are burning off an orange tank, by the way. Now, if you see the apoapsis going out of position, the best way to correct it is to try to burn towards the celestial ceiling. But in this case, we're not going to be able to correct it because our apoapsis is too low on this side. Whoa. Actually, in this case, what's happening is the orbits are a little bit off askew. So we'll bring it in. I already hit it. Didn't even have to adjust with the primary satellite. Got it on pure orange tank. We still have fuel left on it. I'm going to leave it like that so that if we ever get an orbital adjustment mission, I still have thrust. Lots of it for a few seconds. Didn't even go to the last stage. We also have this giant, because of that, we still have this giant reaction wheel to allow us to orient ourselves as we wish without the use of any type of propulsion. Yep, ground to orbit without even having to use the satellite's maneuvering thrusters. Gorgeous. Yeah, it still has a crazy amount of Delta V on board. Hey, Hassar, welcome aboard. Just put a satellite in orbit. Nice. Alright, so that's one mission down. Let's see if we get a new one. I hate test missions. And how do you test a ground VTOL hangar orbiting the moon? It's a ground hangar. Anybody see something wrong with this mission? Anybody besides me? I don't think I have any contract editors yet. I don't think they've got them fixed for 1.3 yet, but I'm not sure. Oh well, we're just going to dump this one. Because it makes no sense. Now that one's not too bad. Rescue a pilot from the orbit of the moon. We can do that. Stock contract for a non-stock part, and the stock contract is test an object in an area where you can't possibly test it. Nonsense. So, yeah, we skipped that one. We skipped nonsense. You know what's sad is that satellite placement mission didn't even take up a day's time. We haven't even got a day's worth of extra science out of our stations yet. Position satellite in a specific orbit of the moon. We'll do that one next. Because we need our new Mark II ComSats with their giant arrays in place now. Hey, if you have a vehicle that can do that, go for it. Oh yeah, we forgot to give this baby its name. Let's do that right quick. Mountain Blade. Not sure the rest of the people watching the stream right now, Hassar would want to watch me play Mountain Blade at the moment. But that could definitely be a future broadcast. I will note, it's been a very long time since I played Mountain Blade. Would be extremely out of practice and behaving like a noob myself for a little bit. until I reverse myself in the mechanics. Alright, where's the... where is the... rename? Urban Concept 2 tutorial. Actually, plus 14 degrees. Hey, if you want me to do it, man, I'll make it happen for you. I'll do a little bit of practice offline with my current campaign to make sure that I'm not out of my head when I play it online. So I'd say give me about a week and I might be able to be back in shape enough to where I could actually stream it and be decent rather than look like a buffoon falling off my horse. Alright, yeah, they're both named appropriately. You guys may notice I'm putting up a naming schema for my satellites now. It tells you roughly their position when you look at them inside of the observatory here. Nav station. Alright, so let's go take a look at the moon mission they have intended for us at Moon. So this is going to be a high altitude orbited moon. Well, not high altitude, but high angle. Looks like another 45-degree slant from the equator. Yep, roughly 45 degrees off the equator. No, not 45. 22.5, right between 45 and 0. We got a lot of junk out there still. Let me see if this thing's still serving a purpose. I bet it's not. One thing I've been trying to work on is a recovery craft. The problem is we don't have Mark III bays yet. Without Mark III's bays, it's hard to recover these Mark I satellites because a Mark II will barely fit a Mark I part. And most of these satellites have peripheral objects, so you really want a Mark III bay to recover them in. The earliest game, in my opinion, is always the hardest because you're so limited on your options. And this thing here is hilarious. It's purely serving as a relay, and it's so out of date now that its probe core couldn't possibly reach anything. So you know what that means? This thing's going to get junked. That wouldn't even fit in a Mark III cargo bay. So that's a Mark III body with things attached to it. You might be able to connect something and drag it into a suicide orbit where it will impact on the moon or on Kerbin, but that's about it. And that would be a waste of money. So we'll just have it detonate in deep space. We'll have a Kerbal go out with a vacuum cleaner later and pick up all the bits. You know, the Japanese are actually planning on doing something like that. It's kind of crazy. They have this big vision for cleaning up space junk that involves the use of an electromagnetically charged net. A giant net you put in a specific orbit where there's a whole bunch of junk or a whole bunch of debris, and you let the magnets or the electromagnets on board of the craft pull all the stuff nearby and collect it onto the net. Then after you've done that, you have the whatever is towing the net simply deep fire its thrusters and haul it back to Earth. How, where, it doesn't matter as long as you get out of space and it disintegrates on reentry or land somewhere where it's not going to harm anything. All right, so let's go get our ComSat 2 up to the moon. I think it's genius using magnets to clean up our space junk that is mostly ferrous material. Brilliant idea. Anything to keep Kessler syndrome from making space uninhabitable. I don't know who this Kessler guy was or why he gave Earth a syndrome, but I don't like syndromes that threaten our planet. Okay, I'll give you that. It's weird, but it's pretty bright. I mean, you don't get to be intelligent without being a little eccentric, and the Japanese are extremely eccentric. So if there is a correspondence between eccentricity and genius, the Japanese may have an edge. I love this really simple launch system. It's so unbelievably efficient. And the boosters just literally drop right off and no chance of impact on them. Actually, they're not. They're specifically intended that way. The cones being faced away from the craft provide lift away from the craft. So what that means is when they're ready to separate, and they do, instead of having to have thrusters pull them away from the craft, the air pushes them apart. In reality, you would probably tear your rocket system apart with this design because it would want to pull away from the center. But in Kerbals, it's not that bad. Yeah. So the air comes in here, pushes against the nose cone, pushes the nose cone that way, pushes that nose cone that way, and then the air is pushing it back as well, so it falls away with the aid of the tail fin, which also helps induce drag on this side. It all pulls it away from the craft like a wedge. Remember, eccentricity and genius. I'm slightly eccentric, so there's a method to my madness. And yes, I am quite mad. Alright, throttling back because we're encountering stiff resistance at current speeds. You got a good ascent rate. Software Inc. No, don't believe I have. What is it about? He falls away. Perfectly. Just as intended. And we are good for throttle up. And there's our deep field coming up. Beautiful old stars. Nope, never played Software Inc. Alright, let's check our orbit, see where we're at here. Okay, that's going right up to the edge of space, just exactly as we planned. That's the beautiful thing about this design, is it can put a satellite roughly the size that I make them right at orbital insertion altitude. As soon as this thing hits apoapsis, I'll have a full tank to burn on. That's weird, Jade. I did not know that about the nose cones. So only the slanted ones really work to that effect then, eh? And there we go, starting to rise again. Right. It's not intended to go against the plane of flight. It's intended to go against the collision plane. The collision plane is the airflow of air that's flowing between the craft body and the booster itself. We should be now, well, whoa. Almost overdid it. Oh, well, never mind. The moon's going to be there eventually anyway. But we may want to orbit pull it out some, so let's do this still. That should be a good point for moon intercept. Actually, no, it's still too low. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, I see what's going on. I'm fighting myself. Yeah, basically, the way the nose cone is positioned, it allows it to serve as part of a wing with the booster body. And then when it does a separation, the angle of the nose cone allows it to pull it away from the craft. Because it's generating lift, but not lift in the sense of, you know, up or down away from the surface of Kerbin as much as it is lift away from the surface of the fuel tank. R for VTOL? Oh, Infernal Robotics. I haven't even played with that yet. I've got it installed now. Right, so the next question is, what is the altitude of the orbit of this satellite that it's wanting us to put in here? Wow, we've got our choice. We can go high, we can go low. 242 by 302. 1 million by 470. We'll go for the inner one first. Oh yeah, we can get rid of this fairing. We don't have to drag it all the way to the moon. Now, watch this trick. You're going to notice something here. This orbit is going from east to west from the right side of Kerbin. We come on in on this side, we're going to be going in the opposite direction of where it needs to go, its path. So what we're going to do is we're going to burn until the periapsis passes clean through the planet, comes out the other side, and now is in line to come in with the side, and we'll have to adjust our attitude about right here. Now, theoretically, I should be able to lean this craft over, give it a slight punch to the north, and before we even have orbit, we have angles matched. So we're literally going to come in at the exact slant we need to match this orbit, because we pre-planned it days in advance of actually intersecting the moon, or intercepting the moon, using the assistance of Kerbin to make sure, and the distance to make sure that we're going to land in exactly the right spot. If you wait till you get close to the object that you're trying to maneuver around, it requires much more delta V to make a correction, because the correction has to be done over a shorter distance, therefore it requires more energy. If you do it at a great distance and you pre-plan your orbital insertion before you even get to the target body, then you save yourself an enormous amount of delta V, because you're already going to be there when you get there. And plus, the distance changes over time, or the angle changes over time and distance. And if you do anything with angles, well, 1 degree is not very far over a short distance. But you take 1 degree and you put it out to Jupiter, and it'll be millions and millions and millions of miles off. from the Earth. The same as with the Moon. You've got an angular advantage if you pre-plan where you're going to enter from Kerbin, have your orbit line up with the projected orbit where you want to go in, well in advance of actually going there. You're not going to have to fight for that orbit when you get there. So we just saved ourselves. I'm probably going to still have an orange tank by the time I'm done inserting this craft. Alright, so let's go ahead and set up for a sphere of influence change timer on this craft. And run the time down. Alright, we're about to have changeover. And we'll just watch the descent into the periapsis here. I'm not actually going to worry about correcting the periapsis yet. What I'm more interested in is making sure we get into the right orbit first. Uh-oh, I may have pulled a silly. We don't have comms, and it's because the bay is closed and we're not in range of another body that can provide communications. This is what happens when you forget to open your antennas. But to save us time and trouble of having to relaunch this thing, you know, I would have a flight computer rigged that as soon as we lost communications that it would turn it back on. But I don't have a mod for that. It's like, oh, we've detected loss of communications. Extend the antennas. Yeah, in reality, you would just never have that happen. They would have a program on board that says, oh, the humans were too stupid to turn on the antennas. Let's go ahead and extend those now. All right, we need to go retrograde, actually. All right, now we just bring the orbit in. Remember, we're still operating on the main fuel tank here. I was too busy with my orbital lesson to realize I hadn't set up communications. A little bit too low. Let's see. Hey, look. I got it already. I didn't even have to adjust the orbital attitude. I had it so pegged in to the right angle of entry. I didn't even have to adjust the angle at the ascending node or descending node. We literally just drifted straight into the orbit that we had set for the objective. And we still have a good chunk of the orange tank left for major thrust. So that's another one we can play with later when we have missions to adjust satellite attitude. And that's another 11 tech. And we also burnt about a day, and that's going to be about 30 tech between all of the different science stations that we currently have processing data. Let's see if we have any data out here we can collect right now. Nothing that hasn't already been studied, I would imagine. We'll keep it just in case this craft ever docks or gets recovered, because unlike the prior version of satellites, this one is a recoverable. It has a clampetron docking port on its nose. All we have to do is close up all the stuff on board and get it near a ship that has a Mark III cargo bay, and it will slip right in. And given the fact that it will be in close enough range to be docked with, it'll have comms when it goes to dock. Especially if we just open the service bay. It'll have at least the probes on board communications. Alright, so we're just going to leave this baby out there. Space Center. So 2 missions done tonight. 2 orbital insertions for 2 satellites on Duna and Kerbin. We can go for a 3rd satellite of the moon because we have a mission for it on a polar trajectory. But there is something that we need to do. We need to actually set up for that infrared asteroid monitoring system. I have no idea how that actually works. That is so new that it literally just appeared on my list today. We have enough money now, spare, that we could do an optional mission without having to worry about cost. There's our boosters out in the water. Just recover those. For those who are wondering what that is, that's the flag over at the monolith over here. Yeah, I've got almost every single monument on Kerbin flagged right now on this, except for the one over at that monolith on the mountainside, which we should take time to correct at some point. Maybe I'll do that now. Oh yeah, sometimes the inputs lock whenever you recover stuff from the Space Center. There we go. It's really sad, Hisarl, that you weren't able, or Husser, that you guys were not able to see the insertion I had planned for Mars from the original communication satellite. When we lost the Kethane scanners, we lost that satellite. But I had this. There was a mission to do a retrograde satellite insert where it's traversing east to west, like we have with the moon there. And the braking system I had set up was to come around the far side of Mars, the west side of Mars. It would come around the backside, traveling west to east. It would pass by Ike on that west to east trajectory, and then Ike would slingshot it backwards into the lower orbit, or the retrograde orbit. So it would then, after it passed Ike, it would be traveling from east to west in reverse. So basically I was using Ike as a braking system. Gravity brake. Alright, so we're going to try to land over at that. And this is just a flagging mission. We don't need anything super complex. AAX radio prop. That's one we've lost. That's a shame. I liked my Mustang. Object can probably do this job. The easy, simple, early version. This might be able to do it too. Hey Jade, you have experience with it. How do you use infernal robotics to balance out your VTOL thrusters? Do you have any idea on that? Yeah, Duna. I keep calling Duna Mars. I'm sorry, I'm addicted to the real solar system. I only grew up with it. Half the times I end up calling Kerbin Earth. It looks nothing like it. Yeah, I've got a rover on Duna right now. It's currently sitting at a spot which I've marked for as a landing zone. Future missions, because it's flat. Well, mostly flat. I don't think there's anything that's truly flat in this game. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why aren't these on? These should be on action groups. And they are not. Fix that. I know I had these on action groups at one point. Don't know how that broke, but we will fix it. Action groups. Okay, just one will be the main engine. That's going to be switching mode. Custom 2 is going to be fully toggling the main engine. Number 3 is going to be toggling the VTOL engine. Actually, we'll do toggle mode on that. Then we'll do toggle engine on evens. So odds are switch mode, evens are switch engine. I've been doing a lot of thorough balancing work on this one, Jade. We'll test it on the runway a few times before we actually take it out to the landing site. Just to make sure. I'm fairly certain I have this pretty well balanced. No pilot? You're not a pilot? What the heck? When the scientist is first on your recruitment list, and every launch is a pain in the butt because you have to change out the pilot. Because the game is too stupid to realize the first thing that should be on the craft as a crewman should be always be a pilot. Well, I could put a probe core on here. That could solve that problem real easy. I thought it did have a probe core. A probe core? Fix that too while we're at it. Now it doesn't matter who flies it. All right, let's do this right quick. Could be tweaked a little. I'd say that's just about as close as she gets. Now it doesn't matter if we have a pilot, we have a probe. Hey Jay, do you happen to know if there's a manual for infernal robotics anywhere? Come on, game. Hey, infernal robotics, you're supposed to be visible now. Now, how do you resize this thing? It doesn't seem to want to resize. Oh, there we go. And it snaps back into place. Really? Hmm. All right. Well, I guess we're not going to be able to see that. That's a bit of a problem. Not enough to veto under a heavy fuel load, apparently. I don't know whether to call this pure veto or facilitated linear flight. What was it? What in the world is the physics doing? Like it's not connected properly. It's weird. Watch that again. There we go. Alright, fixed it. Whoa. Remember not to maneuver at times 4. Crazy things happen. Yeah, the wings don't appear to be fully jointed into the cockpit. I will correct that in the spaceplane hangar on the saved version at a later. What the? Why is there a circle here? Is that a shadow? Yeah, I'm guessing those are shadows on those cones. Yeah, I agree. I thought it was, but apparently not. Fortunately, you can auto-strut mid-flight. Keep easy fix while you're on the move. Now I know that monument is around here somewhere. The question is where. Does this remind anybody else of like a horse, like walking on the air? I should rename this crap Pegasus. I think that's supposed to be right through there somewhere. Let me know if you spot the monument itself. I'm still having trouble seeing anything. I also need to check and find out where we have oxidizer on board at, because we really don't need that. Oh, I see what it's for. It's for the RCS. Oh wait, is that it? Maybe too far east? Maybe they removed it. I'm not sure at this point. Nope, there it is. Just located it. That was not a good approach. We're going to have to try a different one. Now this thing handles amazingly. I cannot fault the handling of the craft. This thing is awesome. It's a tricky landing zone. And yes, I just skipped off the side of the mountain. Well, I've got another problem. For some reason, the jet is also toggling on the RCS. Actually, yeah, it will. Look at that. Okay, good. As long as I got the main jet off, the RCS doesn't get affected by it that much. My problem is, I need, well, crap, this isn't going to go well. Explosions! Oh, hey, I gotta make some corrections to that. First off, RCS does not need to get bound to jets. Second off, I gotta figure out why we're carrying oxidizer. That's half of where our weight's coming from. Hey, it is a beautifully designed craft, except for those few flaws. We'll get them worked out. All right. So first off, that action group needs to be fixed badly. I don't know how that got there. We also don't need that to toggle the jet engines anymore. We can do those manually now. This is probably back before we actually had the action groups unlocked. We're using abort and RCS as action group controls. Where are we carrying oxidizer? That's what I want to know. There's the monopropellant. I know. That's where. You know, if we want to carry a monopropellant tank, we might as well actually carry a dedicated tank for it. Too small. Just right. I know this is going to require recalibrating. The engine just slightly. No, that actually didn't affect things at all. Surprisingly. Monopropellant must be pretty light. And we could use another set of jets. Because we're just not getting the lift we need out of the two set there. By the way, Jade, Micro Panthers are totally for the win for the maneuver. You cannot beat them. Micro Panther. Now the other thing we're going to do while we're in here is fix the strutting on this, so let's go ahead and do that. Yes, they're Micro Panthers. They're scale 0.5. I think normal Panther scale 1. So these are 0.5 Micro Panthers. So they have all the agility of the Panther engine in a very small package. Yay, tweak scale. Ooh, I forgot if they're all on the same action group or not. Yes, they are. Okay, good. See if we can get vertical lift now out of this thing. Whoa! 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 Oh, goodness. Okay, so the answer is almost perfectly balanced in normal thrust and overkill in overkill in afterburn. Oh, Jade. You silly. All right. Try a slightly different approach to this. First off, turn off the main engine. Go ahead and put these in afterburn. And slowly. We have a lift imbalance issue. The tail wants to come up faster than the nose. That's kind of weird though, because if we take the tail jet off, this is balanced. We need to find out where the center of mass is at. Ah, that's the problem. And if I'm not mistaken, that should solve all things. Because that tail doesn't add that much weight to the rear. Alright, rebalanced. Let's try this again. Now the Super VTOL side jet should hopefully have no problems going wherever it needs to go. Except for in supersonic flight, when it starts approaching ionization, it may want to burn off its own vertical nacelles. But this clearly is not made for supersonic flight. There we go. Now that's a beauty. How's that for a takeoff, Jay? Flipping back and over. Take care, Hussar. Thank you for your visit. Alright, so we were rapidly closing in on that monument. Now, hopefully we'll be able to land it at this time. Now we can't land exactly at it, we're going to land on that little ledge above it, because too unstable on that mountainside, you'll actually just slip off it. Now let's see where this baby's at. I'm near the wrong cliff face, it's over here. I feel like I'm blind. I know it should be close, but I don't know where exactly at. feel like I'm blind or something, like I'm missing the obvious. Wait, is that it right there? Fly by and see. Just another rock. I can't find it again. That's kind of weird. All right, scan set. Should have thought of this before I did this. We are going to mark it and then fly back to it because trying to find it this way is not proving fruitful. I do know that we can land at it though. Very confident we can get this thing to land on that mountainside. It behaves beautifully. I love this design. I think it'll land just about anywhere, I'd imagine. All right, so let's go ahead and pull up ScanSat first. We'll do the biome map. I'm most familiar with it. Now we're here. We're going to need our zoom map here. Now there's the one we want to go to. Man, ScanSat has changed a lot with the new upgrade. Now, if we keep this in the upper left-hand corner, we should know where we're facing and where it's at when we get over there. I'm just going to use normal jets to get over there. Reason being that it conserves fuel. Oh yeah, we have brakes on. Oops. Note to self, stunt takeoffs are not ideal unless you're on VTOL mode. Explosions, everyone! For your entertainment purpose. Kerbals? Kerbals! Don't do this to me, Kerbals. Ladies and gentlemen, Kerbals did not like the Splody. We may have to reload. More wing doesn't necessarily make it bank better, Jade. It can actually inhibit banking if it's done right. What you need is more control surface. And what I need is Kerbals to reload quickly, which is not going to happen with this mini mod. But here we go. It is loading up now. The Kraken ate the plane. Carbonite. Man, if I had another mod onto this, it's going to like explode. I mean, it's already doing exploding well, but it explode even better. As you can see, ladies and gents, we're still using mods that are somewhat designed to behave on older systems. Or at least they say they are. And if you want a full list of what I'm using, there it is. So, Jade, what do you favor doing? Do you prefer doing stuff in atmosphere or out of atmosphere? I love the aerodynamic system. Space Kaz sitting in our seat next to us, begging for attention, as she does every night. Like, don't play the game, play with me. Now she's getting all the attention she wants because we're waiting for it to reload. All right, we should be up and running soon. Looks like I just finished loading all the mods, and now it's just patching it all in. I will say this much, even with the additional mods, like surely huge number of mods that I use, ever since 1.3, things have been loading much faster. So that's one thing I do appreciate about this particular patch or update. I don't know if they did any performance tweaks to make it load assets faster or better, but it seems to be doing a much better job. And back into the Twitch campaign we go. Alright, back to the space plane hangar. Grab that VTOL side yet again. Yay, he actually piloted a craft. Some of the history medals are kind of silly. All right, let's go ahead and relock our target here. All right, this time we're just going to go for a standard VTOL takeoff. I don't think it's going to do it without the assistance of the vertical thrusters, so, or the vertical, yeah, afterburners. So here we go. And there we go, off the ground. This thing really wants to keep its nose in the air for some reason when it's at high speed. Alright, we're actually seeing ourselves on the monitor now, so we know we're close. Now, first thing to do is see if we can even locate this thing. We know exactly where it should be now. It's saying we're almost on top of it, but I, for the life of me, cannot spot it anywhere down there. There it is. Oh crap, and I just flipped. We're getting close to it. Alright, so we want to land next to this tree over here. Will be an ideal spot. That was way harder than I expected. But we're almost exactly where we need to be. On the plus side of things. I think that's the closest landing I've ever achieved near this spot. Not exactly an easy spot to land. Where'd it go? If I could just find. Oh, there it is, right over that hillside. Alrighty. Go flag that thing. Fortunately, despite the lack of forward nose cone, we still have all these extras. I can probably still get him back to base. As long as the craft does not slide off the mountainside. Which is becoming a very serious concern at this point. Stay. Okay, this is going to have to be a really fast operation, I can tell this. The mountain monolith. Alright, finally got that last one flagged. And it doesn't look like the jet has slid off the cliff yet, so I think we can get it home. May have lost its nose cone, but it's still mostly in one piece. Come on, get up there, buddy. Climb. There you go. No, 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 no. You're gonna make it worse. Climb. Please climb. You did it before, why don't you do it now? I wonder if I can enter it from the front. Well, that makes things easy. That's a crew hatch. Oh crap, this is gonna be wow takeoff. Oh no, this is not good. This is not good at all. Oh boy. He let it slide a little too far. Oh, that dude, I don't know if there's any recovery from this. Quick, EVA! Maybe, just maybe you'll survive if you EVA. Oh, poor that dude. Oh my, this is gonna hurt. Ah, poor that dude. Rip. Oh well, he got the flag planted. Unfortunately, that was a legit mission, so I can't recover. He's our first flat loss due to taking off from unstable terrain. Oh goodness. Let's all have a moment of silence for the poor Kerbal, who just lost his life completing his mission. I'm sure he will be reborn, though. If his player ever shows up again in stream and he requests it, we will make him again. Alright, so we finally have the last anomaly flagged. Bing! There we are. Mountain Monolith. Let's see if there's any more pieces of debris we need to recover. Nope. Okay, so let's see what our next mission is. We could put another satellite in the orbit of the moon. We've got a mission for that. What else we got? Another rescue from the orbit of the moon. Okay. That's 2 pilots we have up there we need to save. Valiant but necessary, Jade. Valiant but necessary. We could try to put one of the ComSat 2s in orbit of Duna. It actually has a full science suite, so it could actually return to science. The other one was just a communication satellite to make sure that anything we sent to Duna actually could communicate. So let's go ahead and start sending science satellites to actually do observations there. Make 1 mild modification to this design. Let's slap on an external communicron to make sure that we never lose communications with it. Make sure that all current present technology missions are available on it. I think we should be able to add one of those asteroid observation sensors to it, and it may not increase the weight that much. Where was that thing? I guess that's it, the Sentinel. Oh my god, that thing's huge! Look at that! Okay, so that won't be going to Duna. However, surface scanning radar we might be able to do. Min altitude 2.5 million. What's this one's min altitude? 750, but its maximum is much higher. That will be an intermediate high communication satellite if we put that one up there with that sensor on board. 200 and 500. That wouldn't fit with that one either. Yeah, this one would have to be a intermediate altitude one. All these sensors array require different altitudes. 500, 750 to 800, 2.5 to even higher. The only two that could go together will be that one and this one, and they would barely be within tolerances together. So we'll just put the altimetry set. We'll just make this one the altimetry satellite. Now, to get it all the way to Duna, we're going to need a little bit more than just a Gipper. We're going to need another stage with some nukes on board. So with a little bit more push to it. Doesn't need a huge fuel tank because it's just, it's high efficiency on those. It's going to be a lightweight vehicle. Probably do one of these. Where's the side adapters at? Got some gorgeous little side adapters on here somewhere. The same ones I use on the Phoenix. These guys. Perfect. Form between quad or twin. I think we'll go with twin. Now this is going to be liquid only, so we can't use you cannot use your verniers. They require oxygen. What we want to do for this last stage, additive control. Will be one of these. These guys are going to need a little bit more punch to leave atmosphere. And they're also going to need a little bit more punch to pull away from all four directions. That should hopefully drag them away from the craft. This should hopefully keep them from playing too hard apart until they're ready to actually be separated. All right, let's give this thing a try. Okay, I just noticed we forgot staging. We'll go correct that before we launch. That looks like a pretty good sequence right there. Alright, so all these start at launch. And these all detonate as the rockets separate. And then finally the second. Yeah, that looks good. Alright, I'm content with this design now. Now, we're probably not going to be able to tilt this one over as much as we did the other variant without the altimetry meter on it and without the intention for it to go to Mars or Duna. Now, once we get into the orbit and the last shield, the fairing is gone, I'll give it its mission name. Alright, so here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have ignition and separation from pad. And she has a lot of pep to her. Looks like she's in good health. Yeah, we're not going to lean too far, but we will lean some. Throttling back. Yeah, really good momentum. Booster separation was too violent, and we unfortunately lost lower stage. Fortunately, I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem. Just something to correct when we go back to the vehicle assembly building. May have underpowered this second stage just slightly. Or I could just be worried too much. That last stage separation was a little violent, but we had plenty of fuel on board. Now the real question is, will we be able to accelerate enough in time, counter the vertical speed, the vertical descent rate that we're looking at? Come on, horizontal velocity, climb, climb, climb. Maybe a skip off the atmosphere moment. Looks like 2 nuclear engines may not be enough. Thank you for the follow, Igor Oha, or Igor Awa. My best bet, my best hope on this one is that it bounces off the atmosphere and goes back into space. But at the rate it's going, that's not going to happen. Yep. We have failure to exit atmosphere. Oh my, yeah, that initial booster set problem really killed us. Oh well, gotta take my lumps. Prepare for booms. Interesting thing, though, we may actually recover the core of the craft. So the launch vehicle is totally wasted, but the core of the craft, actually, the main satellite piece, kind of remained mostly intact. At least the science section did. Unfortunately, this particular mission didn't add any science because we've already collected most of the science around Kerbin. Alright, so we'll recover the probe core there. Alright, that wouldn't have been such a big problem if we hadn't had such a dramatic failure on the booster step, which destroyed a lot of our first stage fuel that we needed to use. So we got to calibrate that booster step to do its job correctly. Up and away obviously isn't working. We're going to do back and away. Our problem the last time was these boosters. They did pull it out and away from the craft, but they pulled it at such a sharp angle that it actually damaged the lower stage. We're going to do something slightly different there. And I think the answer is don't go up and away, go back and away. Or down and away. And not just do it in one section, we're going to do it in both, top and bottom. That way it doesn't want to flip. These should be times 4 radial. There we go. Much better. Alright, all those should now pull away from the craft correctly. Try this again. I think I got it this time, Jade. I think what happened was we had a lot of liquid fuel on that bottom station, just wasn't able to be used. I think that what killed us was not having it. We may still be lacking in Delta V though. I'm just trying to get the most efficient design to deliver this vehicle. This time I'm not cutting back on the throttle at all at any point. I realize the speed is too essential to lose on the early stage. Got to get this thing moving and keep it moving due to its sheer mass, as Jade has pointed out. Clean booster set, perfectly done. Light aerodynamic wobble there. It's still being in atmosphere. Gauge RCS to keep us in check. I think this time we probably won't have any problems. We should have just enough to put us in orbit. And from there we can make it the rest of the way wherever we want to go. Yeah, we'll have enough. Just barely, but we'll have enough. Just let the gravity of Kerbin assist us in getting into a nice circularized orbit. We won't actually control the ascent or descent angle, just focus on getting the speed to where it needs to be to make it around the planet. go ahead and get rid of this. We'll add some delta V. Not a lot, but a bit helps. Separate and engage the nukes. Now this last stage has an enormous amount of delta V to it. Actually, I'm wondering how far this satellite could go. Hey, how far do you think that'd take us? Ladies and gentlemen, we have orbit. So we have 7,244 remaining delta V. According to my cheat sheet, that's about enough to get you anywhere from orbit. We go to ELU on this. But I don't think our comms would reach ELU, it's the only problem. Alright, well, I don't think the antennas will reach to Joule. These are still like only tier 3 antennas. So let's shoot for Duna. Where's Duna at? Could try Moho. Duna's at a good transfer point right now, too. Yeah, we'll shoot for Duna. We'll try to slingshot around the moon for Duna. Where's the moon at? Moon is here. For us to use moon for a slingshot, it needs to be outside. So, let's just fast forward time. Well, to get where we need to be, we're going to have to raise that up to about 240. Otherwise, it's going to be forever before we're able to get the moon where we need it to be to do the slingshot. Okay, so let's go ahead and raise the periapsis some. There, we're at least above 240, and I must remember that it takes the nuclear reactor a little bit of time to spin up and to spin down. That almost seems new for the Nervous, but maybe it's just the mod I'm on. Oh, I used a solid core nuclear engine. I didn't actually use dedicated Nervous. That's what's going on here. I'm using Interstellar's nuclear engines. Is it me or is it taking the moon an unusual amount of time to get around the planet? I found that it's harder to fall into the sun than it is to get to the edge of this system. Couldn't believe that. Alright, the moon's almost where it needs to be. Still not quite there yet. That should be about right. Alright, now we gotta wait for the craft to enter the appropriate part of the orbit we want it to be. Actually, we'll warp to there. This time to maneuver. Those engines roar quite a bit. Alright, about to make moon intercept here. We will have to fine-tune with our RCS, because fine-tuning with those rocket motors is not going to be viable. Well, maybe it will be. Just have to keep it on the low end. And that should accelerate us straight out of Kirkland's system. We may actually want to fine-tune this just a little bit. Let's see where it's going to put us in the orbit here. We'll have to come around the moon and continue to accelerate once we do. Because otherwise it's just going to pull us back in. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. Work. Probably should have done it a little bit earlier in the moon's path. We got a more efficient breakaway. Let's see, where do we want to be facing for this? Firing directly at the moon, where will that take us? That will take us directly onto the orbit we want. So, we actually need to be firing down. Maybe not. We could take it the other way too. Getting close. Bingo. Now the real question is, what type of approach do we have here? Whoa, that is way under. Way under. Now we want it to go this way, so that means we're going to want to come in from this side. Ooh, we can get an hike pass. That will be really close. That's actually closer to the altitude we wanted at, or attitude, I should say. Now what I'm doing is I'm using the thrusters to slightly adjust the orbits. And we'll be hitting right at the edge of the orbit we want when we arrive, or periapsis. So as long as we can cut the speed appropriately once we get there, we will have no problems. Which we should have a few days to do that, to slow things down. All right, we got 2 change of influences. The question is, how do I add the second one? I guess we just have to wait until I leave the current influence, the current system, which is the moon. Okay, I think we just changed. Yeah, we just changed the orientations. There we go. What? Oh, right. We're leaving the current system in 2 days. All right, let's go ahead and get that one done. Alright, now we can add Mars in here after I do a few tweaks. Alright, still on the proper course. We're locked in. And the alarm, we're set for arrival time. 253 days till we hit Duna. Back to Kerbin in the Space Center. Alright, so we've had a few days pass. Let's go gather our tech, see how much we got now. Oh, that's the other thing we need. We need a nearly Kerbin synchronous orbital space station for science refining in orbit of the sun. Question is, how would you pull that off without it being too far away from Kerbin's system? My best guess on this would be to launch it retrograde from Kerbin and have it trail the system. And then basically once it falls behind Kerbin in orbit, you accelerate it toward it still has the same orbital period as Kerbin does. Loads of satellites on this one. Do we have any power right now? Not right now. I gotta wait for daytime. You know what? I don't think I'll activate that one. Just leave that one stuck out there. It should do the job. And it's refining the ore just as fast as the ore refinery will mine it. Well, let's transmit our science. Alright, now we got our science on. Let's see if they got anything else they can research. Oh yeah. And they're full again. Why'd I do that? Hope that wasn't anything important. That's intriguing, Jade. And this constitutes the most ad hoc space station in existence. Was meant to be a moon lab, but ended up not having the Delta V to get there, so we turned it into a space station. And it's been doing its job effectively ever since. Oh wow, that's a lot of science. Oh, no problem. All right, let's go check on Minmus. Yeah, the Duna outpost hasn't been built yet. We have a moon and a Minmus outpost. I said Duna, it was tip of the tongue. Mine's been on Duna since launching that satellite. And we're visiting where Jade currently works in game. The North Pole of Minmus. Hopefully she has some goodies for us. Does Kerbal Jade have goodies? Kerbal Jade has lots of goodies. And lots of electrical charge to send it back on. Ooh, look at that beautiful sun rise or set. It's the North Pole. You can't really tell if it's rising or setting. It just kind of goes around in a circle. Transmit all that delicious science home. Will it be enough, though, to put us over 1,000? Give us access to the truly fun toys. Transfer successful. Check see if we have any data to add to the lab. We can do up to 120 more. And we're officially out of data process on Minmus. It is at its max. All right, back to the Space Center. That's all 3 major science labs. What do you think the multiplier is on science around the sun, Jade? Any idea? Like if we put a space station just in orbit of Kerbal, the star, and its sphere of influence just behind Kerbin, how much science do you think that baby could generate from the science from the data we sent to it? Ooh, it's over 1,000. Yes, they truly don't. Not on Memphis. Kind of like Alaska. High efficiency nuclear propulsion. How high efficiency are we talking? 4,000 in vacuum? Holy crap. Using liquid hydrogen. That's a pretty efficient engine. Yeah, maybe falling a little bit behind. That's an interesting booster design. Uses liquid methane and liquid oxygen. Or LH2 and oxygen. And look at the thrust. These cryogenic engines are getting way up there in power also. I am torn between which tech tree to go down. This one provides more science. This one, of course, has the rapier, which I'm a big fan of, and the saber ramjet. Not to mention these additional bodies to go with it. Well, you can't really use a thermal ramjet if you upgrade if you don't have a thermal ramjet, so I'm thinking we're going to go with this one. Really for that reasoning. Plus, it's also got some nice bodies with it too. Aerodynamic shield. What is this thing? Yeah, I'm fascinated with some of these engines. I think this is all pieces of a large craft. You know what? We'll take that. Hey, Fagwin, welcome aboard, man. Just noticed you were here. We'll look at our new toys right quick. I just want to see what they are. But it is 7 a.m. I will have to be concluding the stream once we take a peek. And we will actually put them into use in tomorrow night's stream. Because I am so stoked that I will run Kerbals twice now that we have this tech. And that'll be a good thing to start our 50th episode on is new super thrusters. So we just picked up this thing. Oh my god, that's a huge piece of equipment. What does it run on? Stay up there. Look at the efficiency in a vacuum, it's huge. And it uses electropropellant. So it has an electromagnetic mode and a non-electromagnetic mode. Wow. Monster engine. Can that be tweet scaled, I wonder? Boing, boing, boing. I have no idea what it's going to do to its stats though, but its default size is apparently 7.5 meters. Does that come with a fuel tank for it? Okay, so let's see HX. Find all the HX parts. Oh, good God. I am seeing that. Yeah, I'm seeing that too. Like this one can change into so many different things. Oh, I see how that works. £24 of thrust from an RCS module. Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, we have a lot to play with tomorrow. Alright, so it's been a pleasure streaming to you guys this evening. Or this morning, I should say, at this point. And I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow night. About 2 a.m. usual time. Take care.